What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. How are we all doing? Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, anywhere out here in the world. It's me, Legal Vices. We've got a few things to get through here. Let's bring up the court here in small screen so that we can make sure we don't miss a second of this riveting trial. Welcome. We are doing fine. Like I said, we got a few housekeeping things to get through here first. First of all, this is what we're doing for the next foreseeable future, for at least the next 2 weeks. This trial every day. Monday, we'll still try to do the whatchamacallit. What do we call it? Maritime Monday. I just woke up like a few seconds ago. We'll take the volume down here for just a second. We will do that. And on Thursdays, we will just keep doing our O.J. Simpson thing. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Flux time. So it'll be 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be doing, Flux and I will be doing a episode of The Unexplained. We'll be talking about dreams. So that's what's going to be coming up for the next week or so. This trial, Maritime Monday, Simpson Thursday, and The Unexplained. And next Friday is F It Friday. We are going to dub in honor of the dumpster bros, father and son murder trial that came to an end just yesterday. We're going to be calling this F It Friday stream. Take your swig. It's going to be Take Your Swig Friday. And as you know, the F It Friday is just a huge griftathon where that's all I try to do is grift as much money from you as possible in one stream so I don't have to talk about it the rest of the month. $100 shots gets a shot of a top-tier whiskey, an aggregate of $100 with smaller level super chats gets a shot of a lower level whiskey. We have a bunch of friends on. It's all fun and games, and we see how drunk we can get. And we also have a great time, and then I get all my money out of the way for 1 month and don't have to worry about it. We have our like and subscribe chat up today. You're definitely going to want to take the like and subscribe chat today. It deals with the guilt or innocence and what your thoughts are at the moment. Currently, we have 120 viewers and 114 likes. Let's see. To start out with, the poll. I hit the like and subscribe button because 1, I am convinced he is guilty. 2, I am convinced he is not guilty. 3, I need more information to decide. What a nice open-minded person you are. And 4, I hit the like and subscribe button because I want to know who killed the chicken. I don't know what it is about this chicken, but we'll get to the chicken in a minute. And hey, welcome Isaac Baruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art, kicking us off with the super chat. Thank you so much. Hey, Vices, love the coverage. I got a Sturkovsky hat, but got seasick on get seasick on lake boats. Is that stolen sailor value? F's in chat for the dumpster dad. Dumpster dad, he's going down. Guilty. I'm glad you got the Sturkovsky hat. Those are great. I love my Sturkovsky. I put it away. I was cleaning my house. And Eva Torres also giving us up with the super chat. Time for more technology versus the talcum powder nation. I like that. That's good. And while we're on the subject of super chat rule, there is no rules regarding super chats. No minimum amount. You're not required to super chat to interact with me. I try to get as much of the chat as possible down. We go through it, and anything there's relevant that sticks out in my mind or sticks out in my eye or something I think I want to comment on, we'll highlight it and do it. Otherwise, super chats. That is you parting with your hard-earned money to support me. So what I do is I just guarantee you that I will read every single super chat that comes in and address every single super chat that comes in. In trial mode, we'll flash it up on the screen, and then when there's a natural break in the trial, when there's a pause, when they're looking at documents or something and not talking, then we'll go back and read the super chats. So super chat away. They will be read when time permits. So like and subscribe, and then go over there and take our like and subscribe poll. Sit back in and get ready for this trial. The next item of business is the hat. As you can see, this once immaculate gray wool blend hat from Miller Hats in Texas. this once immaculate hat that served me well for, gosh, I want to say 8 years, is done. Yoda ate it. You can see it has been grayed. It's completely flimsy. It has no form. The shape is gone. It's got teeth marks. It's been all chiseled out here. So before we get into the trial, we must introduce the new hat that arrived today. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the latest hat from Miller Hats in Texas. The Pale Rider top hat. There we go. This is a 100% beaver fur hat. And this is it's an homage to the Clint Eastwood Pale Rider hat. All right, let's do it. H for the hat, if you like the hat. All right, we'll bring the volume back up.
Okay.
They're bringing the jury.
Bring the jury.
Now, everybody, let me know how the balance is compared to me and the court. Are we balanced? Is the court too loud? Am I too loud? Whatever. I get these emails the next day going, you were too loud. The court was too loud. Rather than telling me the next day, let me know in chat when it's happening, because what I hear is not what you hear. And if I turn on one of the volumes to hear what you're hearing, then it's still difficult to hear that because I have to listen to the trial hearing as well. So just let me know how the balance is while this plays out. Yeah, I can't control the court. Like, I can bring it down if it's too loud. I just don't know exactly what it sounds like to you, because what you hear and I hear are different animals. No, it's not the court IT guy. Well, and he's a terrible shit dude. But I mean, just for the balance, StreamYard. I mean, I have everything set to where it sounds exactly perfect to me. It sounds perfect to me, but when it goes into StreamYard does some sort of balancing act, what they think you guys want to hear. And then they send it out to you, and then your own system does whatever it does with you. So, yeah. So that's why I need your help. And if there's enough people saying one thing. All right,
Thank
the jury
you, sir.
is
Good morning.
Now I'm talking over the judge. Let me know how the volume is.
Ladies and gentlemen, continuing
How's the balance?
on day
Court,
number 5.
me, same, loud, whatever.
State's case. Next witness.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutland.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, Rutland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Nobody's watching. You are Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, and a little bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I was born in Charleston, South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we're originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States. Grew up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my
Of course, the white girls working with dogs.
To, Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that. So I decided to pursue law enforcement. I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective. Then I was promoted to a supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So After I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Paris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the sexual assault response and prevention program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020. And February 2021, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina ICAC task force member. And what that means is it's internet crimes against children. And that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office. And we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Paris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was a sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training.
Yeah. The echo's not me. It's the court.
Several advanced trainings.
They're IT nerds.
By other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does. Mm-hmm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
Got the full-time
I started on patrol
criminalizing.
to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. When was that?
February 2021.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before I get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond?
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road. But due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me. And it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that
The
information,
boat
they said, okay,
accident.
you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior
lead
Special
SLED
Agent David
agent?
Owen.
She's the one with the 4
And that
kids.
my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that
That's
your
correct.
understanding?
That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived at the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
I just need to turn my camera
And
off
let's
for a
start
real
out
quick
with
second.
that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with? What were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet.
Well, he wasn't covered very well then, was he?
Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room and the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. ALEX MURDAUGH.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
Then how do you know it was them?
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, ALEX, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck. Oh, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations?
Sorry, I was
about bullet
consuming
holes
some
or
cup
shell
ramen.
casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area and front to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there? Anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I'm going to skip. I want to skip the statement for a second. All right.
Mm-hmm.
After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels? Did you and or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene. I decided to canvas the outer part of the scene. And while I was doing that, keep in mind, it was late at night. It was dark. So we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted some what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors in the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impressions, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they have been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Uh-oh, small
Were
feet.
they one set of footprints or
We all know
two
small
based on
feet
your
means.
observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about that.
So if you watch me now, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes,
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And did you, and who was with you when you were looking at this?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Mm-hmm.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints,
To the
closest
left,
to the tractors, and followed the prints down. Noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the state's 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No,
Ow, that was loud.
What does this depict?
that depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. State's 195, do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones impressions.
I'm sorry, I can't. Can we start now, Mike? Please.
All right. While she's doing that, the one chick, thank you so much for the super chat. We need a moment of silence for the chicken. Seriously, what is with the chicken? They brought it up with the first witness. They brought it up in the afternoon session yesterday for an unreasonably long time. What is with the chicken? Somebody's got to connect the chicken.
22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, State's 22 without objection.
Submitted.
Flux says, I love her. She's an awesome woman. Okay. Any particular reason, or just because of everything she's
Let me
doing?
go back to what's just been entered as State's 22.
Popcorn from Drowon. Thank you so
You
much.
said
for
you
the popcorn.
recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And get a little closer view on State's 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission? Sure, please.
She's one of those G people, the hangers, the ringers. She's a G person. Any other G people here?
Hard to see, there's a big flare.
Okay. Let me put in State's
Finger.
195 too, Detective.
Oh yeah, we forgot smash or pass. We're gonna smash or pass Pam from the office.
These flat impressions, these flat ones. Can you all see?
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No,
Okay. On evening of June 7th, early morning of June 8th of 2021?
that's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
Even the women want to smash. Awesome.
And again, when you and the captain walked, how
Baby got
far
back.
were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left.
Actually, a foot from the sandals. Get it?
Take this in the back. Could some of those
sorry.
other prints be yours or the captain's, or you don't
It's
know?
possible.
Okay.
The philosophical Isaac Bruce's wholesome gabagool art.
Now you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you states 7. You're a lady.
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did,
Okay. Why'd you do that?
to see if they matched the flat
see what she was
impressions I had
wearing.
seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar.
And states 200. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints
Beautiful
you
messy
saw?
ball. What does smash mean on the Jersey
Yes,
Shore?
very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of the investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did
When was that?
a few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of it?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
Well,
Those
that was
weren't
not
your
your
impressions,
impression
yeah.
of the
Correct.
impressions. Yeah, okay.
Voluntarily talked to them,
I did.
sent you a picture of the shoes.
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine.
Correct.
There's like some Inception level stuff here. Your impression of the impression, and the shoe was a foot away. It's kind of, yeah.
All right, let's get back to, I think you said Mr. On the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
Yes,
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
he did.
And I believe you said it was raining.
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with sled inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. ALEX Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met ALEX Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
Beautiful
He did
messy
not.
ball. That's exactly what we're
Did he
talking
appear
about.
to
It
you
means
to
exactly
understand
the
your
same thing.
questions and Special Agent
So
David
that's why
Owens'
we're asking, would you
questions when y'all were
smash
talking
her
to him?
or would
He
you
did.
pass on smashing her?
Were
That's exactly
his
what it means.
answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you and responding to your questions?
He did not. He may have asked twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked States 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this States 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe that okay.
It's admitted.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish.
Now, last night while I was sleeping, I had this going on next to my pillow, and I woke up twice. And I remember, like, one part when I woke up, I was awake for just a second, and I noticed that Legal Mindset had Christina on, and I just heard, "Is that a fucking CD?" And then I fell back asleep. So it's glad to see they're using current technology. I haven't owned a CD or DVD player in probably 10 years. Well, 7 years.
Takes a little bit for the sound comes up. It does. While we're waiting for the sound, is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who was that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who was that?
Danny Henderson.
I've noticed there's a wide variety of colors out there. Oh, then the courtroom is full today. Wow. There's a wide variety of colors out there. Yesterday was like everybody had shades.
All right. All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander.
And give me your last name so we can correct.
Murdaugh.
Will you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh.
The prosecution and the defense really don't understand this technology thing at all.
803 942 1227.
And so what was your name? All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm Laura Rutland with Pelican County under SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand. So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was. I could see his brains. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
You tried to turn him over.
His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and
how does he not have any blood on him?
See.
He's rolling over bodies, reaching into pockets, kneeling down in water and blood.
I did. I touched them both. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911, pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that. I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body thing, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence. I know you said this phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover. She fools with the dogs. And I knew she was going to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's. Just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Well, we don't know if he doesn't have tears. He could be crying now.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Now, I said we don't know if he is crying. He could be crying now, I said.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
Absolutely correct.
It's not that I know. That's right.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time.
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so he goes out. Is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
This is best.
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving. Okay. Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin? Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir. I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner, that's there. He's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Go ahead. Do what you need to do.
It's still ongoing, but now he's dead, so it doesn't matter.
So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head. I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah.
Okay, that was weird.
I don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so freaky.
Yeah, that's kind of a far-fetched
It's
story.
weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
C.B. Rudd.
R-O-W-E?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and stuff. I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know, somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, of course.
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right.
Wow, what?
CD.
Okay, so his son's friend got in a fight with 3 black guys, so the FBI sent in a SEAL team to take out the leaders of the Black Panthers, and they may have got his son somehow? What? Please tell me I totally misunderstood what was said and correct me.
843.
Seriously, someone tell me that I totally misunderstood that.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your life for seconds.
Thank you.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
What?
Sometime last week. Okay. Sometime last week.
Okay.
My son Paul actually.
Wow. All right.
I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know you'll have to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Wow. All right. Whatever. I may be confused.
But for all this weirdness, I mean, I do think they like, I mean, they got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
That's about 3 or 4 pay periods. So
wow. All right.
8 weeks, couple months.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently. Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know. There was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know. It's like, for example, he went out to Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged. So, Paul was a real tough man's man. He would just.
He would defend himself, but.
That's racist.
That's right.
How was he doing? He's everybody.
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before.
Now, see, I think Alex looks like Ozzy Osbourne with white hair and well groomed.
Almost anything, he gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. I don't think it was out here recently, but I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that gun come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun, probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
Told her?
That I was gonna go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here, now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living up here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
I mean, all of them we have are, in our hunting room, in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home.
Because she is the one asking the questions on the tape. They need her there to authenticate.
He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
I mean, granted, whether he did it or not, his wife and son are dead, and he's rambling like a 4-year-old telling the story. And then the FBI came, and then they had a dentist appointment, and then they killed 3 black guys, and then we had a cookie. This is interesting.
Handyman, yes, sir.
James is busy this week. He'll be in court next week.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially 2 of them out to run.
So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular. Comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras at the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Oh, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and but there's none that are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine.
Anthony Bourdain did it now? What?
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay.
Is that how you know you're in the South? Like when dinner becomes supper? Is that like the cutoff line?
What did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home, Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house, laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left.
That's even weirder.
To my mom's. She said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. What? And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
And what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
Wow.
Alright. I texted her at 9:08.
That is just so weird.
I'll be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. Three. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously, this is when I, at 10:06.
So weird.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else want some gum?
You want to do that? I'm sorry, I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
I got some right here.
Oh, thank you, man.
I don't know. I think there was, because I think he's on some camera reportedly. We'll just have to wait and see.
You know, you let me know.
What's another number if it's I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
All right. What's Randy's?
Say Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John?
John Martin's 843-321-5508.
We have an Aussie overlord sighting. He will be here in a bit.
Can you say your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah County, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's getting really worried there.
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them?
Contact me. Yes, I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Richard Alexander Jr.
He goes by
Okay.
He goes by Buster.
Not where I come from.
Buster. Is he your name?
He's on his way.
It's pop in Utah. Only nerds say soda in Utah. Or people that have gone outside of Utah.
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he
Just like he is, so you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No matter.
Okay. So did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay. So it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well.
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already did, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house,
Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, Lord.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle is parked, it's probably,
Is where it was, okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
Damn, they got to do something here. This is slow going. Of course, never mind. I'll just shut up. I give up.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Oh, again with a phone in the courtroom.
Yeah.
That was the exact same phone that went off yesterday. Because everybody looked in the same direction.
No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. Don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done.
Oh, okay. You're telling the detective when you're about done. Good.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
Coffee is for closers. Always be closing.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. There'll be the autopsy and everything, and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Twice I'm surprised the judge does not come unglued at this phone owner. Oh, thank you. Sweet sounds of fucking silence.
What time was that interview?
think it was 1 a.m.
The sound of silence.
Would you dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
We did.
And you say, we, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can anybody hear?
That's the worst disaster of a song
Speaking
I've
of
ever
Mike.
heard, Valhalla.
Did you
Simon and Garfunkel's
have
original is
that
the best.
911 knowledge
All right.
in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you
I
already
did.
heard it?
Yes.
And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours. 1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap
Did he say where he went after that?
to check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
Just speak louder, please.
I'm sorry. I'd have to check my notes.
We'll put a check with it. I'm sorry.
Okay. It was 10. $10:06.
And this interview was 12:57.
Yes, that's correct.
In your interview, in Agent Owen's interview, did the defendant Alex Murdaugh tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
Dastardly
He did.
shit stirring. That's my job.
Did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
when he tried to check his pulse.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Valhalla, but that's funny as shit. I'm sorry. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. That was mean. Don't say that about him.
Forget, there's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. You remember that?
Correct, yes.
Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, did you see it?
Yes.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes,
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That would seem,
Cause for speculation.
The objection sustained.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
If we could start the Elmo, please.
Elmo doesn't want to be started. Don't touch Elmo. Elmo likes. Anyway, enough Elmo shit. That hurts my voice.
Judge, these are a couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2. Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Did the defendant say he checked her pulse?
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
And before I get to it, did the defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
Because I'm streaming it myself. That's why I'm not on Nick's stream. I can't be on his stream when I'm here. Ozzy will be here very shortly. I hope.
With court's permission, I'd like for the detective to come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
Charlie D'Angelo. I feel like I'm watching an adult version of Harry Potter. All the Weasleys are represented in the
Technology people
courtroom.
you won't block and I won't block her.
Solid take, Charles.
Get back over here.
All right, while they're doing that, Ronnie Domagauer. Hello, y'all. Hope I haven't missed
Did the
much.
defendant tell you
No.
he tried to get
Not
the
a
pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not, just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last
He
time.
tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
That was actually the first time.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
I think you testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood, brain matter.
Dead chickens.
And if you were to, where's his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath
Ooh.
Correct.
and roll.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
Is that his brain?
That is.
Oh,
As
God.
Putin said, blown out of his head.
Correct.
Oh, God.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way.
Correct.
Either underneath or over here. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that-
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Now, I'm no doctor or medical expert, but I'm thinking if his brain is on the
When you
ceiling
saw Alex
and in his
Murdaugh-
lap,
When you first came up to him.
you probably don't need to check his pulse. I think you can hypothesize that he is no longer amongst the living.
I apologize. I see you. Go back and sit down. Thank you.
But don't tell me what to do.
When you
He did apologize for yelling at her.
first saw Alex Murdaugh,
I think he forgot that she's his witness. Wait, I think he forgot that she is his witness.
did you observe him?
I
He was
did.
yelling at her like he
Why?
was cross-examining somebody.
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him, you were behind him.
I was.
Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt,
I did.
his pants,
Yes.
his shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, when you first got there, did you see any footprints in the book?
No.
When you were
Did you
at the
see any
scene,
knee prints in the
were
book?
you the
No.
dancing queen? Were you only 17?
Anywhere around the body?
No.
This is direct. Oh, Charlie, no. You can't say that.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
On his shorts?
No.
On his shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Okay, that goes against the wiping blood on his pants thing. Because he is emphasizing his points.
Big question, don't.
But see, now it's the state's responsibility to explain what the hell not having blood on your pants means. Granted, we're just getting started with this trial. There's still 2 weeks to go at least. But they got to start connecting some dots before they leave everybody behind wondering what the hell's happening. All right, let's see how many of these super chats we can clear through and other chats that I highlighted. Michelle Cavanaugh, hello, I'm a bit late. Hi, I love the new hat. Well, thank you very much. Got to have our new hat. Seems how Yoda ate
Was
the
his
last
thumb taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure. No, sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
Now, you were working with, hey, don't stand up. Just David Owens, you were working with the slave.
Yes.
When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Okay. Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did?
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirt, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And Sled got them that night?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
After this, did you assist Sled in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this would be object to, but did you assist him with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended?
Yes.
In and around?
Yeah.
Moselle?
Correct. Yes.
Search of ponds?
Yes.
Okay. So you assisted Sled at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah. Anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, Sled processed that.
Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not going to lead you. I just want to ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice?
3 times a day.
Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Head to toe.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. That was a weird direct
Ladies
examination.
and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. That was a very, very long testimony. Nearly what do we got? Holy crap. Almost an hour and a half. And really the only thing she testified to is he said that he checked the pulses and he tried to roll his son over. and there was no blood on him, despite having said that. That took an hour and a half to get that testimony. And speaking of an hour and a half to get something, we got Aussie Overload on the stream. What's up, bro?
Not a lot. How you doing? How you doing, people?
Good. Hadn't heard from you in a couple of days. I was wondering what's going on.
Yeah, no, it's second week back into work. It's always a little bit.
Leaves the courtroom.
Yeah.
That's not an invitation
hang
to
on.
conversations
Okay, Judge. Sorry. We'll just sit here and shut the fuck up.
until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
I stand corrected. Wow, she's got some red velvet on today. Yeah. Anyway,
I've noticed this judge has been a little more strict than we're used to dealing with as well. So,
yeah, I like me stern.
So, yes, obviously I'm an hour and a half late. Unfortunately, guys, I did sleep through my alarm. It's currently almost 3 a.m. here, so it is what it is. Yeah. What have I missed in the last hour and a half? Because when this broke up yesterday, I was struggling to think why the state had even brought this case. Like, it was looking very shaky. Have they added anything?
Well, this is only the second day of testimony.
Yes.
So, and there's still at least 2 weeks, if not 3, to go. So they can they've got a lot of time to connect the dots, but they got to start at least giving some implication of where they're going to be connecting the dots if they want to keep the jury.
Yes.
Thankfully, they haven't brought up the dead chicken yet today. Did you hear the chicken testimony?
Yeah. At some point, I just want to hear about chicken nuggets. So
I didn't hear all of the afternoon chicken testimony. I just know it went on really long because I woke up twice and they were still talking about the goddamn chicken. Because I had my phone next to me, and once I got to sleep, I woke up 3 times. One time was Andrew going, "Is that a fucking CD?" And then I went back to sleep, and then I woke up to, "Now this chicken," and then I fell back asleep, and then I woke up and they were still talking about this damn chicken. But the first officer on scene, they also brought up this chicken. The prosecution did. I don't know what the hell is up with this chicken.
So, I mean, look, I didn't listen to the entirety of it because it was more about, like, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I was in the middle of the workday, so I was like doing bits and pieces as I go. But the fact that I keep harping on about this chicken and the argument with the wife, and that apparently this somehow proves that he has likely done it, I'm just like, can we just mince the thing, turn it into chicken nuggets, and move the hell on first?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, you know? I'm just not seeing it. They've got, I mean, are they going to implicate the chicken had something to do with it? It's possible. They might go down that path.
I feel like they're trying to set up the chicken as the motive for why he killed her. And I'm like, because so far nothing else really.
Fried, motherfucker! Yeah.
Because I've still got to go through the rest of the opening statements, but to me, nothing screams motive as of yet. I mean, there's the whole thing about wanting to, potentially hide other crimes and that sort of thing. But I mean, are you really going to go nuclear and murder your family to try and distract from financial crimes like that? He would have to be.
Hang on, court TV break in my ears. There we go. I'm back.
That wasn't just in your ears. I was sitting there thinking.
It was in everybody's ears, was it? Okay, good. We all suffered with me. Real quick, let me burn through these super chats and things before I forget and get yelled at for being
go for it.
a mofo. Now, I didn't want to do this while I was going because this is a rather serious one. And by the way, I just finished an amazing Negroni, which, to quote the jazz legend Dr. John, it was most scocious. But now we need to get a semi okay bourbon here. All right. The reason I'm doing that is Ronnie Domago, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. So my daughter passed 8 years ago while I was in work, and I found her. They ask you all these questions to find out possible suspects. Well, that is a really horrifically shitty thing to have to do.
Absolutely. No parent should outlive their child. That's horrible.
Yeah, I remember the night that my parents had to go identify my brother. That kind of sucked. But yeah, cheers to you. Just want to say that. And also, Ronnie, not strange to visit Alzheimer's patients at night. It was very strange, though, like Jeff said, that he told the detectives the questions were about done. Yeah, they were questioning him. He's like, well, I guess we're about done here. But now, see, this visiting your parent, okay, visiting an Alzheimer's patient at 9:20, 9:25 in the evening may not be weird in and of itself. Where I have the problem is, his story is, I left my family, I drove 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. I saw my mom on a Monday night for 20 minutes. Then I drove 25 minutes back. And in that little hour period, that was the exact time that some rando came in and wiped out his entire family. Coincidence. Strong coincidence. I mean, it's just weird. All the time. Any day of life before and since, any hour before or since that time frame. It just happened to be magically, mysteriously that one. But again, that doesn't prove anything. And
I mean, it could well be that if there is a third party, they were just waiting for him to leave the property. They may have had him scoped out. We don't know. So
that is a reasonable doubt.
Draw an inference from that. Yeah.
And that is the thing. As some of you have pointed out, the defense, they literally don't have to do a damn thing. They have zero to prove. They have nothing to prove. Everything is on the state. Are we done with this? Hang on. Are they back in court already? It can't possibly be.
She was very good.
Shit, that was fast. Fuck.
That was a quick 10 minutes.
Oh, hey, Legal Vices. Hello, beautiful people in chat. Love the new hat, Jeff. Looks great on you. Thank you so much.
I was going to get off the phone to call some family.
Let me bring this up. Bye. Hattie. Well, that didn't work either. Hi.
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John.
He's like a clean-cut blonde Ozzy Osbourne.
And I tried to call a little.
Yeah, I can see that.
Good friend that's right around the corner from there, but I didn't get him.
It's a porn video. I'm sorry, the audio is from Pornhub.com.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body thing, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence. I mean, you said the phone fell out of the pocket. But did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of the call?
No, sir, not.
Yeah, let's not do that.
No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything about her now? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's.
I'm thinking Orange is Chan Lee, yeah.
Just a little while. Tried to call
her. No one else is that young and hot that I can see so far.
No response.
Someone keep an eye on Court TV during the break and tell me if that's Chan Lee.
The house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to do plant
sunflower seeds. What the fuck is?
So I came back up here and drove up and saw.
And this 6'5" large man has a weird, tiny, whiny voice. Okay,
recording. Let me
Jesus.
bring in a forensic death investigator from Jacksonville.
Psych! We got psyched. I was like, we're going over this again. That was like weird.
Oh, okay. So that was yeah, okay.
That was a waste of time.
They were filling in time. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
we got rickrolled on that one. God damn it. All right. Well, that gives us more time to catch up here. Michelle Caverneau says no such thing as coincidences.
True.
Okay. Yep.
Law of large numbers.
Flux, with the $10 super chat. Here's a good working theory. Family of the dead girl waited for everyone to be off the property. Mom wasn't supposed to be there. They just wanted Paul, but Mom surprised them. As good as anything else.
Yeah.
The state has to decide what their narrative is going to be and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, not guilty is different than innocent. Not guilty just means either he didn't do it or they couldn't prove he did it.
Exactly.
Jacob's proud madre, no better place to be than here with the legal stud. And what about me? What about me?
I was going to say, which one of you are you talking about?
And Amica Cream says, you're not covered in blood when you kill a chicken unless it's with a sledgehammer. True. But he was saying that it's like Gallagher's chicken. But yeah,
every time they keep mentioning this damn chicken, I'm imagining the chicken from Despicable Me 2. And anyone that has kids here will understand what I'm talking about. It's a guard chicken. Like the guy has it instead of a dog.
I hate chickens. I love to eat them. We are everywhere we lived, we had neighbors that had chickens. Like, I don't wake up at chicken time. Yeah, see, that was the deal with all of this blood thing. They were saying that he was clean, head to toe. But he said he got down, he checked their pulse, he tried to roll his son's body over. The cell phone fell out of his pocket. He put it back on the body. The lack of blood is weird. I mean, it's circumstantial evidence that perhaps he didn't do what he said he did, but it's only circumstantial, and it certainly comes nowhere close to helping out with the. Oh, we've got James from court here. What's up, James from court?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty darn good. All right, have you been watching or have you been busy?
I have been watching. Yes, watching attentively. It's really interesting. This is my first kind of murder trial that I've followed, and I mean, to be in South Carolina and have the politics and the corruption and everything, it's fascinating. Yeah.
When people are asking why you're not in court, I said that you would be there. You'd be back in court starting next week. Is that still the plan?
It is the plan. I'm going to go back on Monday.
Awesome.
I wasn't feeling well because I'd ended up driving very late from South Florida. I got in 3 a.m. the first day, and then woke up at 5 to get ready to go to court because I stay in Charleston, which is about an hour from Walterboro, Colton County. And that kind of just wiped me doing that for 3 days. And now I'm just visiting my family. I'm going to go see them, drop off some stuff, relax, and get things together, and then go back on probably Monday and start going in the courtroom again.
Well, that'll be awesome. Now we've had people ask, specifically Hayden asked, what did I miss in the first hour and a half while he was sleeping? Literally up to this point, the first hour and a half of testimony was random. And I said it before, to me, he's telling a story the way a 4-year-old would tell it. And granted, whether he killed his family or not, he does have a dead wife and son, which either, oh my God, someone killed my family, or oh my God, I'm talking to the police and they might find out I killed my family. One of those two is in play here. And you can ramble, but it's just like, we went down there and then I called some friends and then we went over down here and there was some sunflower seeds and then there was a dead chicken over there. And then, we got to do this and there's some boating guys. And what you missed, literally the main thing was his clothes were clean, even though he said that they weren't. There was he said there was no direct threats from anyone on the boat that was involved in the boat accident, but people that he didn't know were threatening his son, and he was getting black eyes. But the weirdest part was when he was rambling, talking, he said that what I thought he said was, he said that one of his son's friends got in a fight with 3 black guys, and the FBI sent in a SEAL team to take out leaders of the Black Panthers. So maybe his son got caught up in it. One of our viewers went back and re-listened to that part. And what he actually said really doesn't make much more sense than that. He said,
dude.
Sorry. No, he'll be back. He's connection. So what he actually said, which makes not much more sense at all. Murdaugh hired a guy that his son Paul was working with because his son just wasn't cutting the mustard. This guy wasn't just cutting the mustard. But the guy said that the FBI team saw his son's friend fighting a group of Black Panthers and then put his son's friend onto an undercover SEAL team.
Onto the team.
Yeah. Well, even the investigator that was asking the question is like, well, that just doesn't seem very realistic, does it? So that was just weird. We need to get James from court back here. Hopefully it's just a connection issue and we didn't bore him to death.
Do we know whether or not he's had any sort of psychological evaluation?
Well, this was apparently a story that his son related to him. And so the theory is, we've got James from court back. Welcome back.
Hey there. Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened. My laptop went black and reset, so.
That's racist. Okay, we have Ozzy Overlord with us, who has just woken up and joined us. Make sure you get over to Ozzy Overlord and subscribe to him, and also James from court. James from court, of course, you're never going to live down being famous because of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, being James in court. Yep. But also a great channel. Go there, get both their numbers up. They both need their numbers up immediately.
That'd be nice. Susan's still messing around with me, guys. I'm still right where I was right before Christmas. Despite the fact that I've gained 80 subs in the last 3 weeks. Sorry, despite the fact that I've gained 60 subs in the last 3 weeks, I've lost 80. So it's really messed up. I'm still hovering around the 8,500 mark.
Spatha says seals don't do domestic shit. That's your problem with that particular story? But I really wanted James to be in here because James has seen these jurors, and perhaps as we go along, you'll be able to comment here.
But when I object, will you and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record, and I'm just
not that one.
Wondering
that one.
And since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern. How would you like me to handle that?
This is Statler and
Well,
Waldorf
the
from the
objection
Muppet
speaks
Show.
for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that.
I like this judge a lot.
He's very getting along to the point with the procedures. It's good.
And we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
Well, James, what's your impression of the judge, just like his persona in court?
And I object. Should I say
he's a lot more
objection,
relaxed
hearsay,
than
or just
Yes, sir.
objection? I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection.
He's very colloquial.
Not the real advocacy.
So it's kind of hard
Yes,
to
sir.
read. I don't want to say
I
that
understand.
I think that's
All
how
right.
he is, and that's how the courtrooms are down there. I seem to
Bring
like
the
him.
jury.
He's pretty nice. But we'll see if he's being too permissible or, biased towards one side.
He seems like he has a very commanding presence, sort of like the Clint Eastwood, quiet but impressive.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
And he had a tragic loss recently. His son
Yes.
had died.
Just a couple of weeks before trial, right?
Yeah.
Did his dog step on a bee? Asked David Edwards. Well, you'd think all the dogs stepped on a bee the way they were fucking barking on the damn tapes yesterday. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob's proud moderate. Jeff, you are the legal stud. Hayden, you're the Aussie hunk. I love you both. That was before you got here, James. You weren't being left out. Well, and just real quickly, from what I understand, the jury is a majority female.
Mm-hmm.
What's your read on the jury, James?
I have to check which jurors are left and which ones are in the pool. I have all of the each juror from the entire pool written down with how they responded to different questions. So I have to go
the
through
final
and read
80
down
pool, or not the 300 pool, right?
The first one I think was the 900. Was that it? Or yeah.
The jury is present.
I heard 900 got
Cross
summoned and
examination.
300 showed up, but whatever.
Oh, really? Was it just 300? There were 4 pools. I have to look
Yeah.
at what numbers.
You were there. I have no freaking idea.
Detective Cross, good morning.
Wolfram did the
My
chicken
name's
stuff.
Jim
on the feed.
Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim
Rutland.
Rutland.
Honey flavored chicken.
My name's Jim Griffin, and I represent ALEX Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as
We have a meme raid, meme copium rating us.
9:06
Everybody
on
hit the like and
Monday
subscribe
evening.
button and take our
Recall
poll.
testifying.
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day,
That's correct.
and that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I
There's
remember
lots
him
of
saying
volume difference
something
between
along
these
those
lawyers.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that was interesting.
And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and spatter everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you
I
also
have seen a shotgun.
told the jury that Alec was clean.
It goes
And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere?
Again, I can't say that.
Well,
for
it
sure.
wouldn't spatter
A lot of
where
things
he
would
was-
come
from
into
where he
play
was
to affect
shooting.
that. Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Well, one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break, and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe, without objection.
No objection. It's admitted.
I have it.
James,
So,
is the
tell the
girl in
jury,
orange
please,
here, is
Bob.
that Chanley from
Exhibit
from
3
Court
is-
TV?
Well, first,
No, that's not.
let's just talk about a search
It does look
warrant.
like
What
a
is
Her in
search
the
warrant.
blue back there.
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
That might be her in the blue.
And
I think it's her in
this
the
search
blue.
warrant was for what?
But actually, no. That was
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton,
There's
State
still
of
a lot
South
of hot
Carolina.
young chicks in here.
left.
And
There
and
are.
it covers the whole,
South Carolina.
roughly 1,700 acres of the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Let me see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please?
Oh no, Elmo again.
All right, well, they're fucking around with Elmo.
I've got to turn sideways.
Wolfram says, or did the chicken step on a bee?
All right.
Could have done.
See if we can read that down.
And Nicholas Starr of Union Rep Labor Law. Again, go to Nicholas's
Was there
channel.
one?
It's right there. That's his channel name. Drone shot has shown up. Shows the actual
All right.
distance
Okay.
between the kennel and main
Got
house.
it. Thank you.
That's some distance, much
So-
more than the prosecutor said yesterday. They said
And
it was
this
about
is
a
the search
third of a
warrant, right?
mile.
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises
About 2/3 of a
to
kilometer.
be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
It says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here it says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. And it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all encompassing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
And this is basically as broad as the search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation.
Yeah, they're usually
and it
very
gives
specific.
you
That's very
carte
broad.
blanche on the property of the crime scene, right?
That's correct.
And with the search warrant, you have the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes. Did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
That's what she
Yeah,
said.
I was.
Okay, and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if
They do this cool shots from the drain's point of view.
residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but that would be a crime scene unit question.
The and actually there were the clean clothes that ALEX Murdaugh was wearing that night. They were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
But that you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection?
Well, good to you.
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
Open foreplay. I
And
like
do you
that.
recall how, do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize. Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
She's answering questions how I'd advise a defendant to. This is...
Now, the jury
Finish that
heard
sentence.
the complete
She
video
I feel like she knows that on a shaky case she's doing everything
on the
she
evening,
can not to pull the plug out of the boat.
early morning hours of June the 8th.
Fair enough.
And yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said. And I want to, I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony. So just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So in answer to your question, if anyone would walk away thinking that ALEX Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over.
With a bulldozer or his hands? I mean.
Correct.
And so you see Mr. Meadows crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something. But that night, he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night, he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night, he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
I'd have to check the transcript, but I believe he said something along those lines.
Or did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
Did he use human hands or bare hands?
So we don't know from your interview, or Special Agent Owen's interview, how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alex describes it, because he wasn't asked.
When they make this movie,
And
Larry
where
Miller
on
has to play
Paul's
this
body
guy.
he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
Again with the phones. Holy crap. That's the 3rd phone.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis, investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
And were you aware that before you got there?
Well, that's good.
Well,
You looked with
what
her
time did you
eyes.
get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
But I mean, don't joke. Take that shit seriously.
You can take this down. Through Mr. Elmo.
Stop calling your overhead projector Mr. Elmo. And completing the panel, it is potentially criminal Sean. Welcome,
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And
Either you haven't
Paul's
said
body and
anything
Maggie's
or
bodies were
your microphone
covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then jury has seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that Captain Chapman?
How are you doing, Sean?
And others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him?
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
And you said that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants
That night?
subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night, nothing was done forensically.
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. You just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket.
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Yeah, she's drinking a Negroni back there too. We saw that.
Now, you did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed, and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when we say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
Okay, so if the wadding is close to his feet, that means they
And
were
then you
pretty
saw in the
close to
rear
him when he
window of
shot.
the shed, there were several holes, right?
I mean, with at
That's
least within what, 20 feet, say?
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and the items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And one of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
Utility vehicle.
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle, like a four-wheeler, side by side.
Maybe Paul was hiding in the closet.
And you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please?
Elmo's done with you, mean defense lawyer.
Can you turn on Elmo? It's on. Oh, there it is.
Dude, stop turning an Elmo. This is family friendly.
How do you zoom in? Doug?
I like hot chick in the red velvet, like Rolling Stones Mick Jagger jacket there. What's that squeak?
Okay.
It was an
All right. I think that's good. Okay, hang on. May not be a good one. That's okay. Thanks. You mentioned that you told investigators that work for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay. That's why I get to do this. So,
Objection to his comments.
Yes, let's pose questions.
so you don't know whose boot prints those are?
No.
All right.
One more time. Hey, Sean.
Now, one thing about the search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or
No, I
not.
don't think you did. It's okay. It was never executed, was it?
The chicken was executed.
Someone was executed.
I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
Who are the slut agents?
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents.
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Or you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant, and one's by consent.
Sean is either muted
That's
or
correct.
just his office
Are you aware
is
that
behaving like his
Mr.
office
Murdaugh
connection usually
gave
does.
SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return, that's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say, you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th. Is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets?
No chicken, no justice.
I have
behind in the feed.
No chicken, no
I have no
piece.
knowledge of any of that.
No piece of chicken.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room. Were you aware of that?
Objection is sustained.
On Thursday, June 10th, 2 days, 3 days. Thursday, June the 10th.
Third time's the charm, Sir Sean.
You went with SLED, a number of SLED agents and
I'm
law
sorry,
enforcement
Dwayne. Let me fix that.
agents went to meet with
Better?
Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son. And they all agreed to meet, and found a location in outside of Barnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was during that, I believe you and
Whoa, we lost them both.
a SLED agent
My guys.
interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy
Jeez, I
Murdaugh
showered.
agreed to allow the
So we checked
download
the
of his
Murdaugh
cell
still in
phone,
court?
right?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
And Mr. ALEX Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then
Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys.
a little bit later
Hey,
on
we
the
have a
appearance
Sean.
day, June
Hey, we have audio.
16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist
dog
SLED
sled
dive
team.
team on June 16th, 2021?
Dog sled?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, and South Cohatchee River
Yeah.
access points
I'm just being
for
joking.
evidence
I'm
on
joking.
the crime, correct?
What I get
That's
for showing
correct.
up halfway
Are
through.
you looking for
Yeah.
the firearms that were
You keep
used
sounding like they're talking about
to
the
murder
slut
Maggie
team.
and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked
Is
to
this still
their
going back to the
murders.
state?
And then you utilize ATVs and canvass the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes,
And again, that was with consent, right?
correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that
Oh, hey. Buffering's cool.
Oh, good. It's not just me.
So it's not been going good for the state this morning.
I don't think it's gone good for the state
did
at
you
all.
observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
We get people saying the court is sounding loud, so we'll bring them down a bit.
You were able to look.
How is that? Is that better,
his
guys?
Tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
All right, there we go then. We have to hear the lilting
And then on
sounds of
Friday, June
Sean's
the
dulcet
18th,
voice.
You had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine
It's a
the
very
length
circumstantial
of
one
the
at this point,
photo
Rosie.
in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report.
Was it a
no.
snuggle struggle?
So why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Well, you also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard
I
some.
don't like the way she keeps turning to the jury.
Testimony yesterday
I'm getting
about
distinct AH vibes, and it's just
Bolo
annoying the hell out of me.
on the lookout for.
Sean, do you like it when people look at the jury or not?
Drives. That pickup was found the next morning, correct?
Wait,
that's correct. It was broken down.
when the witness does?
Yeah, and
yeah. They can't do it every the way they're trained to do it, like every single time looking over. No, that looks cheesy as hell. But every once in a while, you
Marvin
should.
was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck.
And our tag team buddy, Legal
Yeah,
Mindset
that's
has
correct.
awakened.
It was Mr.
Andrew,
Hubbard
what's
who
going
Randolph
on?
struggled to get
What's
in
up,
and out of
Andrew?
the truck.
The sleeper has awakened.
No, probably not, Laney. I'll probably still be here.
Did Colony County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
We're trying to figure out if the person over the right shoulder of the defense lawyer is part of the T section of the alphabet mafia.
Was ALEX MURDAUGH, your assisting SLED, night of
This is
June
an
7th,
unfortunate
morning
looking
June the
male.
8th, was ALEX MURDAUGH a suspect?
Andrew.
It's very
That night,
unfortunate when a
everybody was
teenager
a
is that
suspect.
hairy.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who
So
else
right
were
here.
suspects besides?
Well, there
Wait
was
for a good
reasons we were asking certain questions. Who his best friend is, who, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point,
Including ALEX.
including Alec.
I mean, either way, they just turned 13.
T in chat for the person over here. Okay, there's a better view. Andrew, your verdict.
Yeah,
My-
court's indulgence to consult with that.
That is a child.
It's a bearded child.
Part of the alphabet squad for sure.
All right. And while that's there, Michelle Caverneau says, this attorney doesn't come across very nicely. Surely you want the jury to like you. Being pissy doesn't make your client look good. Well.
Baldy here is a new one on the prosecution, yeah?
Yeah, this is he's like the youngest one on the team, I think. Still, technical issues are running rampant today. There's been no CD sightings yet.
I feel like they brought in every single available prosecutor in this county.
And every available defense lawyer as well. But court is full today. The gallery is full.
Much different than yesterday. We were actually getting multiple questions on why it was so empty.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
And someone, it was Charlie. Charlie was I don't know if he's still here, but he was mentioning how it's nice to see all of the Weasleys in attendance.
The funny thing is, as soon as you said that, my eye went immediately to the redhead that was over the guy's right shoulder.
Which is his surviving son.
Do we have the exhibit number that's in evidence before we play it?
We haven't had a Chanley sighting, but there are like 4 kind of hot single young women.
Well, I was going to say, is Margaret Fox not here today? The blonde?
I don't know who Margaret Fox is.
I would show you her photo. She was
You do
getting some love. Her and the librarian girl. It was a
This one
competition
back
where-
here?
I got you. I got you in the private chat.
We're going to play.
Because we got the prosecutor, the defense chick here, and the one behind her.
It is
The one I sent you, that is
portion
a
sensitive matter.
that's a defense girl.
Oh. Hey, Mags.
Damn.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's up, Mags?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen her this morning.
Can you see
Foxy,
that,
if you will.
Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay.
But we have
Let's
the
just
one in
stop
red
right there.
velvet
You see
there,
how
which is
far
kinda
that
nice.
sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Oh, I think
Is that
that's
how-
That's
roughly
Shanley
how
right
far
there
it
in
was
blue.
Across Paul's body when you got there?
She's
No,
leaning
because
back.
I could still, I could see the
That's what we
top
were
of
kind
his
of thinking.
head.
James
That's
said he
her.
did. James went
I'm
on here a
talking
minute
about,
ago. James said he
the-
didn't think so.
I know that
The
haircut.
width
That's her.
of his body. Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. We go ahead and play.
Hey, James.
Yeah, Margaret Fox's defense, yes. And then you got the lady in red is prosecution. And then, yeah, that's Shanley who just leading over for sure.
Foxy's all the way to the left by the wall, says James.
Did you notice any footprints of the agent?
Sorry
there
we lost
inside
you with
kennel?
the video and audio there, James.
No, I believe he's standing on the.
Look forward to seeing you next week, though.
Food room?
In the feed room.
Right.
No. But it was starting to rain.
Nicholas Starr of Union Rep Labor Law. Great site. Go to it, by the way. Subscribe. I checked the ages of the defense team. I'm not much younger, but darn it, I look good in comparison. All right. Jessica Reloaded has awakened and washed her face, so she said she would be joining us very shortly here. End this sausage fest. Yes, we are on cross-examination. And I still don't know why the hell this woman is on the stand. This is the first witness of the day, by the way.
She's law enforcement, clearly. I can tell by her demeanor. I've heard nothing of her self-introduction. I can tell she's law enforcement.
She's a detective
And
that's
she's
done
had
everything.
Can you stop right there, please?
She's literally done everything and
Can you
has
back
4
up
kids.
just
She's the
5
detective
seconds?
version of that guy from the Amber Heard trial that rescues babies from South Africa while doing everything
As soon as
else.
it goes down. A little bit further. All right, please stop.
Her and
Is that
another
how far across she
detective
was when you
questioned
observed
Murdaugh.
I don't
in a
remember. Like
vehicle.
I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
I just want to clear up, when you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to
you're right,
shorts
yeah.
or
Kim Potter trial.
long pants?
Sorry.
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Khaki style, green.
Khaki's a shade of green, for fuck's
All right.
sakes.
Khaki style.
That's all. You can take it then. That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
And redirect.
That's weird.
I can't understand why the redirect. What are you going to try and rehabilitate on this?
Mr. Griffin asked you about some things you did after
I
your
don't know.
interview the following days.
He did.
She didn't add
And you had
anything, so
mentioned
there's
a
nothing
search
to.
warrant was executed. Were you
They haven't brought
working
up the
with
chicken.
SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants?
I did.
Specifically on June 9. And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother, John Marvin.
That's correct.
So that was the white truck?
Yes.
It was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Michelle?
That's correct.
So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing does?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
Was that last
We processed it to rule it out.
And he asked you about meeting with these folks and then talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken, yes.
I'm
Mhm.
not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
that's
question.
correct, yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present, yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED.
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
When are we going to get some SLED people on the stand?
They're gonna have
They-
to.
they've-
Did you
they've
assist
gotta-
SLED with
they've
the
gotta
initial
come eventually.
timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did, by standing by.
On June 14th, did you assist
Oh, this is crossing.
SLED
No, never mind. We're back on redirect.
in
Fuck.
obtaining a search
Everybody
warrant
is so
for Maggie Murdaugh's
aggressive. They're
Mercedes?
passive aggressive
I did.
people. I forget where
Was
we are.
Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was, and
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
He actually yelled at her at one point, and then he's like, "Oh, I don't have to yell at you. I'm sorry," and apologized for yelling at his own witness.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box? Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that.
Mhm.
Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
Yeah, the search warrant was very broad too. It was like anything associated could be used or inferred from a murder. It was just like a wildly broad search warrant.
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
That's June 16th, would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that a Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his?
I did, by looking at them.
By looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis say he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
I did.
He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
On his hands and arms.
But his face hit what?
The gravel.
I thought I was saying he didn't have a face.
Nice.
Mr. Griffin
Too
asked
soon?
you about how many times
They're the ones who went into the gore. They chose to go there.
Yeah.
Alexander
Exactly.
Murdaugh had
Eyes
mentioned
without a
her-
face, ain't no
his son
big
Paul's
disgrace. Eyes without a face.
on page 2 of the transcript, or toward the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out,
Correct.
and I tried to do something,
Mm-hmm.
thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
Or his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him, and then I tried to check it.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see the front of the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about a sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
He's awfully close.
Did he look like somebody who just changed his clothes?
Yes.
What the
Basis for the objection.
speculation?
Response, Mr. Metters.
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm sorry. Did those clothes appear to be fresh?
They did.
Like they just come out of the laundry?
They could be.
Objection. She is not.
Yeah.
A laundromat.
A little bit of a speculation, assuming facts.
Do we honestly believe that woman does her own laundry? Come on, people.
Hell no.
She orders her slaves to do it.
Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo of his shorts and shirt that we saw a minute ago? What's that? Waiting for him. We'll signal.
This is a long witness for getting literally nothing out of her. Spooky Spoon says, Jeff, where'd you get that hat? Where'd you get that hat? This is from Miller Hats in Texas.
Oh, here it is. So these are the clothes that you saw him wearing sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony those clothes look like they're freshly washed?
He's sweating and they are dry, so I would say yes.
Hmm.
Should be introduced. Has she been introduced as an expert on laundry?
Thank you.
You messed that down.
She's a sweat.
The clothes are dry, but she wasn't.
Call your next witness.
Hey-o.
Delilah Sarizion.
What?
Secret dominatrix for the prosecution.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
I mean, I'm sorry, but what does sweating in dry clothes
Cirencione,
prove? I mean,
C-I-R.
it's going to be 30 Celsius here today. Did I commit a murder? I'm going to be sweating
Good
today.
afternoon, Agent Sarizion.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
What's her name?
I work for the
Denise
Stockton Law
Revelle?
Enforcement Division, or SLED. I'm currently in the Behavioral Science Unit,
Okay, he's
but was
SLED.
formerly in the Crime Scene
This is our
Unit.
first sled unit.
She's gonna get pooned hard.
Okay, smash or pass,
Tell me that
Andrew.
The mic cannot be turned up more, and it cannot be moved. It's fixed.
Pass.
Is that better, sir?
Smash or pass, Sean.
Yes.
Okay.
That is
Assuming you're happily
100%. By the way,
From what time or what dates were you working in the slate
Yes,
crime
Andrew?
scene unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with slate crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And
Ozzy
did
Overload,
you,
smash or pass, assuming you were
have
single and your
occasion to
wife
be
never came
involved
into
in the
existence.
investigation of ALEX
No, she's
Murdaugh?
already said I'm allowed to
I
play
did.
this game. It's fine.
And what was your involvement in that
It's
investigation?
weird. Like when she
On
turns
June
her
8th,
face,
I was requested by my
Smash.
lieutenant, Todd Shank, to,
straight on, hard pass.
respond to the
It's
call
like
from the
Kylie
center to
Jenner
collect
from the
buccal
side,
swabs for
China
DNA
from face-
swabs from
China.
Face off.
Yes, China.
And
Yes.
can you tell the jurors
Thank you.
what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just
smash
a
her if she'd
DNA
keep her
swab,
head to the
so
side.
it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip.
Okay,
you
Jeff,
put in your
smash or
ear,
pass?
and you swab the inside of the victim's cheeks for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
Speaking of swabbing cheeks.
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container, so
The
2
red
swabs for
is not
each
looking
victim.
good. I'm not a fan of the red.
So
Right.
you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin
Rip
envelope
China.
where it's sealed, dated, and initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
Okay, we got a good mix
And
of
it is,
smash and pass.
Sealed
Even
and dated
Michelle
and
would
initialed
smash.
to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging.
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Tom Shank once I went back to the Sled Forensic Laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical
Okay,
center,
he's
I
guilty
went
as
back
shit
to
because
SLED to
I got
the
a
Forensic
thing for this
Laboratory
prosecutor.
and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And
That
going back
Wednesday
just
Adam
to be
Black
clear,
Stockings
who
naughty
did you
librarian
collect
red
buccal
velvet
swabs
look.
from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one
Ooh, I didn't
male
even notice the
victim,
legs.
Paul
Jesus.
Murdaugh.
Smash or pass on the prosecutor, guys. And
I mean,
women,
I'd
if
still
that's your
smash,
thing.
by the way. I'd still smash. Let me be clear. But you're
Witness or
simple.
prosecutor?
The prosecutor, the red, the red chick.
All right.
She has other outfits. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, she was looking nice in the blue yesterday.
Yeah, that was better.
But see that red? That's got like that nice red velvet kind of Rolling Stones look. Mm. Liz says smash from behind.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I kind of call Thailand on that one.
Thailand?
Have you never heard that? Dating in Thailand's like a box of chocolates. You never know when you're gonna get nuts.
Oh no, I don't think this one's
Court's
got.
indulgence, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm not saying she does. I'm just saying that anyway. Moving on.
Yeah, you've got more of a chance of box from the guy from our friend in the tie in the middle there.
Oh no, Michelle. That southern drawl on the prosecutor. Oh,
I like
my
it.
Lord.
It's like a glass of sweet tea.
Mm.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
I
Mike
like how
needed
this
smash or
judge-
pass a jar of mayonnaise.
This judge does stretch breaks.
Yeah, just like for a minute, but he still stretches.
I could appreciate that.
Is it just me, or have they gone to potato cam in court? Wow,
Well-
God, when did we get down to 360p?
Have you noticed when they go from the PowerPoint to an off PowerPoint, they get the orange glow for about 5 minutes?
Yeah. All right, to break up this sausage fest, we have our very own Jessica Reloaded. Sup, Jessica?
Hey, Jess.
Oh wait, I know what to do. Hold on. There's perfect background.
Your microphone is like way messed up.
It was like
There you go.
There we go. Look, it could have
Oh,
been
nice
worse. It could have
sausages.
been the couch with the 5 black guys behind it. So yes, sausage party
Yeah.
works.
What are you talking about? A policeman in Kentucky?
Oh no.
Now, Jessica is our layman of the day, the one that's going to ask questions that normal people ask.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to get closer to your mic, though. I can't hear you half the time. There
Why
go.
would you want to hear me anyways? I'm annoying.
That's why we want to hear you. Get just to 1,000 subs. Seriously, what's your sub? What's your sub number now?
It's $9.97. Like, don't even bother.
3 more people.
because
Get the fuck over to Jessica Reloaded.
hold
You
on.
get her to
Tickling-
1,000.
I
Tickling the
got
tip.
to 1,000.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I got to 1,000 4 times yesterday, and both, like, all 4 times it got purged back down. So I don't even care anymore.
Yeah, so
It's annoying as hell
Jessica
because
well
I-
above
No, no.
1,000.
I threw all of my company
evidence.
email addresses behind that to
Baggies
try and get her over the line.
from SLED. Can you take a
And
look at that?
YouTube has taken at least 10 subs from her each time she's tried to monetize. It's complete BS.
Yeah. Jessica's good, peeps. She does some good game streams, some good Reddit,
Those
Am I
appear to
the
be
Asshole
buccal
streams.
swabs
that you collected from Paul
She's
and
good,
Maggie
peeps.
Murdaugh.
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's a additional lab number, an item number, and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
She's got that Clarice Starling draw. Beautiful messy ball says your hot dog is creepy, Jessica.
Fine. I'll go back to Jack.
Because Halloween is so now. I know Clarice is Virginia, but how far away from Virginia is South Carolina, really?
It's Exhibit 102
Very.
and 202
Very.
for identification purposes.
Shut up, Andrew. You're not helping.
States Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of.
You are now at
Paul Murdaugh,
1,000 again. Hurry and
and
resubscribe.
202 being
Don't jinx
buccal
it.
swab from Margaret Murdaugh, and Margaret would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
Her page is Jessica Reloaded. All right. I have this thing
Agent
for black
Srincion, did
stockings.
you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Carlton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents by a chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Kardashian by day, China by night.
Was it a seal phone?
Is it bad that I was like, what kind of iPhone in my head? I'm like, well, which iPhone was it?
Well,
That's
he's super
such a,
fucking
that's
rich.
such a girl thing to say. Yeah, exactly. It's like if it wasn't the latest model, what are you, poverty?
You poor.
No, because I have an iPhone 12. I'm not one of those girls.
Well, you are poverty, so that I mean that.
Yeah,
does-
you're California poor.
Wait, an
Because
iPhone
I
12
like
is.
you, I love you.
Wow, I'm really out of the loop.
Well, I mean, it does take a long time for them to get to the mythical land of Australia. So, I mean, you're forgiven, Hayden.
Yeah, fair enough.
Agent Srincion, I'm going to show you states exhibits 203 and 205.
Okay, seriously, if anyone in chat actually knows the address for the property, I really want to have a look at it on a map. I've got the road, obviously, but just not the number.
Nicholas said he tweeted me the drone footage, but I never got it.
Ozzy has the OG iPhone. No, I'm a Samsung boy through and through. I only just upgraded.
What do you got?
I was gonna say, if you have a picture
The
of
22
house-
Ultra.
Ooh, I got the 20 Ultra. So.
Well, I had the 20 Ultra, which I've got over here, but like last week, the screen just ridiculously died for no reason whatsoever, completely gone, right in the middle of an office work, and I've got like two-factor authentication on it. So I was down at the
I hate that.
Yeah, I was down at the telephone store like so fast that it wasn't funny.
And we all know that everybody on the. Oh my lord! Who is that? Megan there?
Oh, I thought you were
Was that-
laughing at the prosecutor. I thought someone's grandfather decided to stand up and randomly walk in.
Well, I
Wait,
was going to
wait.
do that, but then I saw like this this lovely vision of blonde angelicism that I think may have been the Megan that Andrew.
Margaret Fox.
Margaret. Good Lord.
This is case exhibit
Okay.
204, which is the cell phone, along with a paper bag here.
How you doing this morning, Jessica?
Thank you, Mr.
Can you tell us the
I just
paper
wrote
bag
that.
that you collected, this cell
I know.
phone, and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell?
So I've
It's
got
got
the
my
property.
handwriting on it
I'll
with
show
my
it to you
initials
guys.
and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time, the state would offer state's exhibit 204 into evidence.
See, the prosecutor got the perfect Southern accent for me. It just rings right in my
Mark, for
ears.
identification, those two exhibits.
The phone, those are the chain. The phone. Is that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I mark for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked.
For identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at state's exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
I never got it, Nicholas. It never
Both of
came
these
through.
are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs in the cell phone. Is that right?
They're a chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
I'll swab your buckles.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
What is the point of this witness?
Establishing
took
chain of
swabs.
custody, presumably.
I swabbed his cheeks. That was the entire.
I
Ma'am,
really
what is
feel
it
like
you
we're
do for
gonna
swab?
get
I mean, I understand you
100
receive things, you
law
take
enforcement
buccal
agents.
swabs, and but are you just you?
Well, when they
You're
read
gonna
the
try and obfuscate
names of
what
the
they're-
witnesses during
have
jury
another role
selection,
to play?
it took about 15
I'm
minutes.
currently a special agent with the behavioral science unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was a agent with the crime scene unit. With the crime scene unit,
Okay.
yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes.
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So, what happened to, where's that cell phone?
Do you even know what a cell phone
Once
is?
they've been marked for identification, they remain with
Dick
the
Poon.
court reporters.
All right, when they take the break here, I do have the drone footage now from someone else. From Michelle Cavernell, she sent it. We got it.
So, and I'm, I guess I'll put this here.
And
You
from
received
Leslie
this
Glover.
cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene?
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels and,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, I mean, at any point?
Oh,
but
God. He's
specifically
boomer
when you're
splaining.
trying to preserve evidence.
Yeah.
Do
Objection.
you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody
big
instruct
way.
you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Stop
Okay.
mansplaining,
Secondly,
dumbass!
Do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification,
Oh my God.
is
For your
something you put in electronic
edification.
devices
edification.
so
yeah.
that no one can
And this is the
access
same guy that described
receive new data.
described trees as canter leaving at one point.
it. I'm getting to it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
And
He's testifying.
it can't
He's
erase
testifying
data.
as an expert right now.
Object.
Did you know that?
Yeah, objection.
No,
Come
sir.
on.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones? before?
Just because you started
Yes,
with
we
"Are you
recover
aware"
cell
does not
phones,
mean
but
that's
they're
an appropriate
typically
line of
collected
questioning.
directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Okay, so in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
And no one cautioned you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off?
Not that day, no, sir.
Okay, fair. Yep.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you, and you put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off?
It was a bottle of
I don't
booze.
recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay. And then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay, just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you've been given a can of pork and beans to put it in.
What?
Right?
What?
Is that right?
It
I can see
depends
where
if
he's going
pork
with
and
this,
beans were
but
evidence, but
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of
No,
evidence and they want
no,
you to
don't.
transport
Let's not assume it. Yeah.
any
No.
special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans.
no, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag, sealed, initially dated. A description was written and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on.
Not to my
all right.
knowledge.
I got a question for Sean when he comes back.
Can I put this back in the paper bag?
Sean, are you back?
Drop it again.
Sure.
Sean,
Thank you for the dough, just one moment.
wake up. You sleep apnea, motherfucker. Just kidding, Sean. We love you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh God.
I mean, I'm just
You
listening
never-
along.
Hey there.
Your Honor.
What's your question,
Step
Ozzy?
down.
Sean, in your experience with criminal trials, did the police
may call your
usually
next witness.
place phones in Faraday bags over there or not?
Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your
It,
Honor.
it all depends on,
You may approach.
like, if they have time for that. If not, they'll just try to put them in airplane mode and just keep it on until they can get it somewhere. And they'll try to, like, cell bright it, or if it's going to a crime lab. But they don't normally have Faraday bags with them for that type of stuff.
Okay.
But that
All right,
really,
interesting.
it kind of depends on your agency's sophistication.
Okay.
Okay, I
Well,
will.
Phone Leghorn would put it in
I
a
was-
Faraday bag.
I will say I was wrong about Blue being Shanley because she's in front of the bar. So
Oh yeah, good point.
yeah, I'm just very wrong about that.
Smash,
by the way, though.
The
record.
I'm shocked.
Of course.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, Worley.
Oh, hey, Mo.
Don't even have to ask.
Good
Hard
afternoon,
pass.
Agent Worley.
Afternoon.
Flux, smash or pass?
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED
And how long have you worked for SLED?
since August of 2011.
Sounds like Jodie Foster.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from Mercyhurst College, a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent.
Great success.
Followed
That
through
is
the
definitely
training
not how you
program
spell
that
Sean.
SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012. And at that
guess
point, I
Flux
was
has
able to
left the
take cases
building.
as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter, I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination.
We'll take Indigo's.
I finished
Indigo's
that
vibe
training
here.
in March
Okay.
of 2014. And so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime
That's
scene unit to the latent print
Virginia.
unit.
Rah!
I also switched from being a Class 1 law enforcement officer. I was a senior special agent to a Class 3 law enforcement officer. So now I'm a senior criminalist
There's
and a
Flex.
footwear and tire examiner.
There you go.
And
Lipsticks.
so
Lipsticks. That's how it's supposed to be.
as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis.
I think there's a chance we got a
shooting
lipstick versus
reconstruction,
going on now.
archaeology, forensic archaeology, and
Repeat.
clandestine graves,
I'll be right back.
photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire
examiner.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what
Shit that
other
touches
additional
her.
qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken two
I worked with
40-hour
Foot Locker.
courses
Here's the rabbit
related to
scream.
footwear.
He comes a
and
running,
I've
but not to help.
completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I was completed my training in 2014. I've
Lumberjacks
testified
into
as an
defeat. Interesting.
expert witness 9 times, qualified.
We got some feet experts in the chat. I know that. We do.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions? If you could give
Have the
us
lamb stop screaming,
As far
Clarice.
as the actual scenes I worked that had footwear, or just in general footwear,
in general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, this time I would move to qualify Investigator Worley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Jessica Reloaded has sent a message
Says the
saying that
defense.
there is an outage, a service outage in her area. The teams are working to restore services as soon as possible. Your estimated repair time is 1:22
No,
p.m.
Jessica, she
Pacific
does, she qualifies.
time, which is like
Ladies and
midnight
gentlemen, where a
Eastern time.
witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field. That witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination? and what else?
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Agent Worley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was
Ooh,
in the
the
crime
Paul
scene unit.
Pelosi body cam footage
As
has
a
been
crime scene
released.
investigator?
That's right.
Yeah.
Finally.
And can you tell us just some of
You
the
can see this
general
MAGA
procedures of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
And we do have a protocol manual, yes.
Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
She knows
Would it
nothing.
be
She
normal
knows a lot about
protocol to
booties, I
wear
guess. I don't know.
booties to an outdoor crime scene?
At least she always wears protection. That's the main thing.
Not the way we've operated now.
Why not?
It's not usually. I mean,
Great song by the
not usually
Go-Go's.
necessary,
We got
I
the
guess.
feet.
As far
Yeah,
as
we got the feet.
watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything.
She
we
knows
just
all
don't
about
normally
Birkenstocks.
wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes.
Jessica's
other
attempting to
than
connect with her
swabbing,
phone. It's not working.
Items at a scene, we would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And
Earth to Jessica. Come in, Jessica.
are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. What time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path driveway between the kennels and that overhang. The sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents.
Are you there,
get
Jessica?
More information about what the scene entailed. And we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence. So we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun and needed to transfer it to me. So he brought it over to my truck and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
I'm in love with this prosecutor. You know she goes full goth rave on the weekends.
I'm not sure, man. I think the lotion may be rubbed on the body on the weekends. I'm not.
I'll rub the lotion on her body on the weekends.
And did you unload that
Got
weapon?
that hot Wednesday Adams look.
And why would you do that?
You know she.
We
goes
always
goth.
render a firearm safe before we transport it.
Oh, so you're talking. Sorry, I'm thinking about the detective here.
Oh God, fuck the detective. No, don't fuck the detective. That's the point. No,
That's
the prosecutor. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Tate's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected.
I'm with you, Valhalla.
What you have there?
One of the two shot shells that were in the shotgun.
Welcome back, Sean.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun.
That's right.
And what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And
I thought she was a tire track expert.
the correct.
Oh, look,
caliber
she
for
does
that
look like
gun
she was
is
run
12
over by a
gauge.
vehicle
That's
or
right.
two. Waka waka.
Da 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 da.
Wah.
Since Daniel Green collected that gun, did you
Oh, I
take
love
a
the way she
buckle
says
swab
gone.
from him?
Oh.
We did, yes.
Why would you do that?
In case his
Hey,
DNA
Ron,
was
I'm
on
not
the
posting
firearm,
that,
we
but that's
would need
funny.
to eliminate him or know that was his.
Did she collect any brain water like the other cop was talking about yesterday?
Brain water.
You didn't hear that yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Well, the one deputy's like, "Yo, there's some brain water." It's like, thank you, Deputy Cooter.
Holy shit! Oh, we got some
This is
good
why we
brain
have
water.
Sean on. Brain water from Deputy Cooter.
This is why Deputy Starling. So, Clarice,
Yeah.
did you taste the brain butter?
I'm having
Did it
nice
invigorate you?
Worley, this is Tate's Exhibit 249.
That's why we have
Does that
Sean
appear to
on
be
these
the
little
buckle
one-liners
swab
that
you
just pop
collected
up
from
at
January?
inopportune times.
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
You ain't never
This
been
time
on
the
a
state
date
would
with a
offer
man, dude.
Tate's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
Weirdly, Lizard Murdoch is looking at her and kind of smiling in his lizard lip way. Oh, damn, that prosecutor.
He's just thinking of all the people he could shoot in the head.
Yeah. So I think if they do the movie of this, if they like, it's got to be a musical, and like the son just has to get up at some point and say, "I ain't got nobody." Looks like the courtroom's kind of emptied out a bit.
Oh, I'm gonna have to leave in a little bit here, but I just went and watched the Pelosi body cam video.
How is it?
It's rough.
It's weird.
It's weird. All right. Of course, it's weird. It's
Yeah, no, I mean, like, there are still questions that are not answered, and you hear Paul Pelosi just snoring away. I mean, that dude smokes him with the hammer.
What? Flux, DM
Yeah.
me the DM.
Yeah,
me
he
the-
hits, he hits him harder than those Google trades he's been making.
Wow. Okay. Yeah,
Worley,
Flux, DM me the link.
State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true?
Oh, never
accurate
mind, we got it.
representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Identify
Hammer
what
time.
it is before we do that.
Da-da-da-da. Hang on, I'll be right back.
No objection.
The seal is broken.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and the 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
It's admitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge, and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop. The doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
How did you discover Paul's body or observe Paul's body?
Charlie.
He was when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down just outside the feed room.
And when you
Is the pity on WikiFeet? Do we have a photo on WikiFeet here?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived before the sheets were moved or anything.
Yeah, little Charlie.
All right, for everybody watching, as soon as we get a break, we'll watch the 2-minute long Nancy Pelosi and her drunk ass husband video. As soon as there's a break, which hopefully will happen after this because the jurors are getting angry. Now, is that her back there? Legal mindset. Andrew, is that her?
Excuse me, wait.
How you found Paul's body?
Maybe.
After we documented him with the sheet over him, and the coroner removed the sheet.
The
Yes,
fucking.
that is
No,
what it
she's
looked like.
inside the bar.
You know, we're talking about one of the defense lawyers.
Laying outside.
Fox, yeah, I
of
think
the
that
feed
could be
room.
Margaret.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed
Oh,
from
no,
the
what did
area,
Maggie do?
we went in the room to process. the
No, I don't
room.
think that's her.
And if you look at that picture,
We have another
there,
gender question back here.
oh no,
Oh, God damn it. But the other way, right?
on the back of his shorts there,
Buffalo Bill.
and what was that?
I was.
We got everybody
told it was
showing up
his
today.
cell phone.
It's the whole cast of Silence of the Lambs.
Now we
It
just need to
rubs
find
them-
out if Murtaugh ate a bite of one of his relatives.
That is the cell phone on the back of his
With
shorts.
Conan O'Brien
This time
behind
the state removes
the.
takes exhibit 25 into evidence.
Submit it.
Oh well, it's nice that we have Jenner back there.
And this is the cell phone that was laying on top of Paul's body.
That's right.
Yes, she does. She does look like Ginny Weasley from Harry Potter, Charlie.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
She's got like a wad of chaw in her mouth there. We need a lawyer to say these two Utes. The only thing I got is this one.
Everything that guy just says is bullshit. Thank you.
Agent Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. Let's take
It's okay, you
exhibits
tried.
26, 27, 28, 30.
Because
If you can-
Flux says, well, goddamn, the Paul Pelosi footage is
31.
interesting.
It is.
32,
And we just did that.
35,
David.
198.
Michelle Cavernous says, Jew roars don't eat pork and
38.
beans.
39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please.
And Jessica has abandoned her attempts to join the stream in view of the service outage in her area. We miss you, Jess. We'll see you soon. Darth Hideous making his hideous appearance. Unbreaded and Baldo's. Something he knows all too much about. Well, Valhalla, do you want to be our layman on the panel? I'll send you a
What are
link.
those pictures of?
It's a weird sausage
They're all
fest,
taken
but
inside the feed
okay.
room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Crickets, crickets, crickets.
This is just awkward.
This is how it really goes, though. They're dicking around with
Oh.
exhibits.
Looks like Jessica is back, despite her saying she's not coming back. Jessica, do we have signs of life? We have no signs of life, just an image. Okay, ladies, is her hand tucked into a pocket in that skirt, or did she just jam the hand in the waistband? Okay, this must be her over here, right on the very edge, right?
The very end, yes, the very end.
Exhibit
That,
numbers
that
again.
hair. Like what? Gingers are 1 to 2% of the population. Like everybody here is ginger. Everybody in the fucking gallery, the prosecution, the defense. This is a seriously shallow fucking gene pool.
Well, it's the Carolinas. There's a lot of Irish people.
31,
So
Yeah,
35, 32, 198, 199.
As I said, a fucking shallow
38,
gene pool. It's like
39,
Darwin's waiting room here.
40, 42, 43.
I bet he fathered every
44,
fucking one of them too.
You know, coming from the guy with some Mormon heritage from Utah, that's a pretty rich comment. Just saying.
Well, we do have the town of Wellsville
Shots
just down
fired.
there, just across the valley from where I live. The town of Wellsville.
Leave my people alone.
It's like 50% are Andersons and 50% are Larsons.
Agent
There's a
Worley,
few
this is
Anderson
Texas
Larson
Exhibit
weddings, but there's a lot of
27.
Anderson and Larson
You
Larson
can, tell
weddings.
the jurors,
Just saying. Anybody that knows Wellsville, Utah,
what
knows
they're
I'm
looking at
speaking
in
the
this
truth.
picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
There's marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
And then looking back at that window.
He's just like these weird nod things.
There were
all the
several
time.
bullet defects in the window in the glass.
This is
And
Kevin
States
O'Leary
Exhibit
from Shark
26.
Tank on the left there, the defense lawyer.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
States Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were
Is
two
he supposed to
12
be
gauge
crying?
shot shells on the fired shot shells on
Was
the
that
floor behind the door.
Is he
and
supposed to be
also,
crying? Like
there was hair.
I don't know. He just
behind
does
the
his
door.
weird thing.
Yeah, he looks like he's getting upset.
States Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
Hey, Jeff, I gotta go. I got court coming up.
All right. Take care. Thank you so much for being here, Sean. We love you.
And there's also a partial
All right, bye.
footwear
See you,
impression.
see you later. Everybody go to Potentially
Do we see some
Criminal
little round.
and subscribe to his channel
Yes,
because
there
he's
are
fucking
pellets on the floor.
hilarious. Oh no!
32.
No, where'd that go?
That's a close up.
Would have been put says that guy looks like Javier Bardem. Like Dune Javier Bardem or like No
Those
Country
shot
for
shells
Old Men
collected.
Javier Bardem?
Yes, they were.
Why have they focused on the Weasley?
I don't know.
Has
This is
he lost
weird.
weight, by the way?
Yeah, he has. She was chonked out before. No, this is the defendant's surviving son,
Yeah.
Buster. This is Buster, the surviving son. And this is Caitlyn Jenner behind him. We got Caitlyn Jenner back here. Caitlyn Jenner's gender fluid lover, and
Holy
the
shit!
guy
that
from
face.
yeah, and the guy from That'll Do Pig, whatever that movie was.
Babe.
Babe, yeah.
Babe. And then the bottom right hand corner, you got a surprise appearance by the creepy old guy from Home Alone with a shovel.
Oh god.
Agra from Dark Crystal back here behind the sun. Larry Bird.
What did you do with them?
Nice Larry
We
Bird
photograph them
blast.
first before we pick them up. We package them.
You're old.
Write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
I don't have any fucking idea, King
Were they
KDI.
submitted to the lab and placed in these big?
His favorite son.
I transferred him to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me.
See, I'm thinking that's Chanley back there, the blue one, fourth row back. That's kind of what James and I were thinking.
Let me see. But fourth row back. Well, we can't see it right now, right?
Yeah, we see it right now. I got I'm like the cursor's over her.
Oh,
Do those appear to contain
Wait, blue.
item 1 and items 9? And
Blue
Can we address
gray.
Shane's chat?
Yes.
Like right here where
That-
my
that you're-
cursor is.
items that were
that
collected?
girl? That's not
Yes.
Shanley. That's definitely not
It's-
Shanley.
It looks better when the camera gets a little bit closer.
No, it's not. That's an old woman. She's like that woman is in her 40s or 50s. That is
I
not
don't
Shanley.
think so. She looked
Nope.
younger earlier.
That is
This
100%.
time we'll have
And
Agent
Runkle's
Shirley
really let
open
himself go
the
over
bag
here on the
and
right.
remove items
Jesus Christ.
1
Femme
and items
Runkle.
9 and 10.
That's the new Lord of the Rings version of Runkle.
It's the obese, body positive Runkle. I'm getting there, D-What. Not there yet, but I'm getting there.
And look, Shane, to address your chat, no, I don't necessarily think he's innocent. I just think that the state have not done enough to prove their case so far. I don't think they've done a hell of a good job there.
That's different. That's different, right?
That is exactly why the like and subscribe poll says guilty and not guilty. Not guilty and innocent. Innocent and not guilty are different fucking things. Completely. One is he didn't do it, and the other is the state didn't sufficiently prove he did it beyond a reasonable doubt. Britt Cormier says, I have not heard anything about shotgun shells. I know they have 300 blackout casings. Are they thinking the shotgun was breech loaded, or did I miss something? They mentioned that there was some shot found in the area and that the wadding was found near his feet. And that's literally about it. That's all they've talked about the shotgun shell.
I think Nick in the panel was saying yesterday that they think the shells might have been retained in the shotgun itself if it was a double barrel and they just never breached it.
Yeah.
And they took it with them, which would be a fairly clever thing to do in the circumstances.
All right, so
And Adriana
item
says, new
1
hat.
is
Yes, this
what?
is a brand new hat.
That is
Just
the,
arrived today
shot
because
shell
Yoda
wad that
ate
was
my
in
other
Article
hat.
1.
So I had to get a replacement.
And how do you know that
Oh,
is
no.
the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials.
She writes on
My initials
boxes
on
a
the seal.
lot. She fingers them too.
And then item 9 and item 10.
These are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. This one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge federal.
Come on, folks. We're
And the
80
one at
people.
marker
We're
10
80 viewers behind
is,
uncivil law.
I believe Winchester.
Send this video to your friends and neighbors. Tell them to get on here right
Your
now.
cousin, your mom, your cat, all of them.
Especially your cat. Because we like the pussy here.
Oh yeah, and you know this detective has so many cats.
Yeah.
Yes, Val, you can start drinking.
Of course you can.
Yeah, it's always permitted.
Are you what? Wait, where'd that go? Jeff, are you buzzing it? Love the sombrero. No, this is the Clint Eastwood Pale Rider hat here, and I'm not buzzing it. I'm getting there though. Woo! Yeah, the jury is being very underwhelmed by the state's case, and this is why these weird pauses. It's not fluid. It's not
29,
cohesive,
the
and they're
shot-
not talking about anything.
Whole lot of nothing.
The shot
It's a
shell
whole lot of
wad
fucking nothing.
and item 34. the 12 gauge Federal and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's
Good
right.
morning, Rita.
What's up, Reed?
You can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and
no, probably not you.
experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine
William
those
Macy's looking rough
I
on
did.
the stand here.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area at the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
Gotta wrap this up.
State's Exhibit.
We're supposed to be over on Andrews in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I'll bounce over there just to get things started,
is
but
that?
they should be wrapping with foot fetish.
That
soon
is
here.
a printed version of the
I hope so.
test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the
Put
left
your
shoe.
left shoe in, you
And
put
there
your
are,
left
I
shoe
guess,
out.
two
Mhm.
impressions of each shoe there.
That's right.
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's
It's
shoes.
ma'am!
We'll look a little closer here at State's Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the
Oh God.
Elmo.
Elmo likes shadows.
Elmo. Elmo's got
Elmo
5 o'clock
hides
shadow.
in
138, is that a picture that?
Elmo's a
used in the crime
shadow
scene to
lord.
compare to Paul's shoes?
Elmo
It
attacks
is.
from the shadow.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
Uh-oh. Elmo has been engaged.
Oh
State's
no.
Exhibit,
All right, guys, I'm gonna
39.
bounce. I'll see you guys whenever this takes a natural break.
Are you okay? I'll get you over there as soon as possible.
Both of those were
Andrew, Legal
same
Mindset.
outsole
Make sure you
design as
subscribe to
Paul's
this
shoes.
channel. Can we get her to say bless your heart
And
just once?
we'll go back to State's Exhibit 40.
She looks like the teacher who's sitting for like a yearbook photo that she doesn't want to be in.
And if
Yeah,
you're
or an
standing
exam
in
proctor
the
that's
feed
just like,
room,
you
what
know
position
she's
are
not going to
those
lend you a
shoes
pencil.
facing?
Those are facing the
It's
window.
like Dame Maggie when she was young.
Right.
Maggie Smith.
Don't you slag off Dame Maggie like that.
Sorry. I apologize.
Did you also notice the door?
Elmo
of
likes
that
young
feed
boys.
I did.
Apparently.
room? What about the door?
Ooh, Cookie
There
Monster
were,
no happy with that.
A lot of I guess, blood.
Fuck Cookie Monster. He eats apples now.
On the
Bitch.
outside
Oh,
of the
tell
door.
me about it. Isn't that ridiculous?
Not so much on the inside.
Mind you, we're not even allowed to sing.
Interior side of the
Do you
door.
guys still
There's a little
able
bit
to
at the
sing
very
Baba
top.
Black Sheep? It's Baba Rainbow Sheep, you
hair
know?
on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So state's exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
Yeah, we'll be rating Andrew's channel as soon as
43.
they fucking take a break.
And that's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be here as well?
Yes,
Is that
that's right.
Yeah, Cookie Monster eats fruits and vegetables now. Fucking assholes.
And we
And
mentioned
for Elmo,
the
pizza is
defects in the
sometimes
window.
food.
State's exhibit 44 here.
Yes.
What can we see there? Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And state's exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
Cookie Monster got the sugar foot.
6, I believe.
Is pizza
Well, if
racist?
you'll read
No,
right
it's
below
just
the
unhealthy.
video.
Back out to
Yeah,
the
this is Agent Worley, and fuck me if I know why she's testifying. I literally have no idea what the fuck she's testified about for the last hour. Hayden?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took.
See, Hayden can't
several
tell you
more
what she's
measurements
testifying
She's,
about.
where those
she's a
defects
crime
were
scene
in the
tech
window.
that basically went out and took measurements and samples and crap like that.
I'm going to show you state's exhibits 114 and 115.
I'm not sure if they're trying to lay the foundation for the evidence they're planning on introducing, or they're just trying to bore everyone with techno babble.
I do.
Well, I'm hoping
what
it's
is
the
that?
first
These are
part. Is
diagrams
the
of the
former.
window that I created.
But
one shows
the jury has got to be
interior
going,
side
what
of
the
window, and one
fuck? There
shows the
hasn't been a
exterior
single
side.
coherent thing in the
Shows
last 2
where
days.
the defects are located in the window and all
The
the measurements
state
that we took,
must prove
for
that
each
he
defect.
deleted these
None of
2
this time
people,
I
and they
made
haven't
states
done it.
114,
They haven't
115,
started to
is
do it.
evidence.
They're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
That's like a whale
Here
sound.
at states 114.
Someone's chair needs a bit of oil, yeah.
I'll oil her chair.
Do I
The
have
prosecutor, not the
correct
defendant.
orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
I'm the lawyer. Fuck,
And,
witness, whatever.
Can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So it's like where it says defect A, defect B. What
Right.
is that?
Those were the locations.
Marvoy
where
says saving the
defects
best
were in
witnesses
the
for
class.
last. I fucking hope so.
Right. Yes.
Absolutely.
And that is from
Instead
the
of more good stuff,
inside
pig.
of the feed room.
That's right.
And states exhibit
stuck
115
pigs.
here. What is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room.
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
Okay, Agent Starling.
what else
Shut
did you
the
recall
fuck
doing
up.
concerning the feed room?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and
Thanks.
resume at 2:20.
Thank fuck.
Good lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
All right.
Why the chandelier? Surely they could have. Anyway.
I don't know either. Ours is not to question why.
Fuck that. Question everything.
Oh wait, that's the homo. We want the no homo cam. There we go. All right, the no homo cam. All righty, that was just weird. I literally, what are we? It's 3:06 now, so for me anyway, 12, 1, 2. We've been going for 3 hours and 35 minutes, and there hasn't been 5 minutes of relevant testimony in 3.5 hours.
Nothing that they've really explained to the jury that will make any sort of sense. Like, it was, at this point, all of that, as I said, was techno-babble. Basically, I can see that maybe they're trying to lay foundation for evidence that they want to have introduced, but you need to actually explain why you're doing that to the jury in a layman's terms, because otherwise it's just going to go over their head, and at this point, all they're doing is formality for the court. They're not winning anybody over. They're not making a case.
I agree with that. I mean, we're only on the second day of testimony. They've set aside 3 weeks for this. So,
exactly.
I mean,
and for a 3-week trial, would you agree with me, Vices, that if you have this sort of testimony that you have to get through, you would do you would take a second and you would more than likely do a witness sandwich. You would give something of interest, something to hold the juror's attention to begin with, get the annoying evidential stuff out of the way in the middle, and then break it up with something that's going to be interesting, that's going to keep their attention and focus on your case.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's like any good novel. You get something exciting and dramatic in the first 2 or 3 pages to give you the hook. You set the hook, then you like do the long line, and then you like jerk the line and snag your fish with the last third. They're just not doing that. They just started with bullshit, weird, like talking about fucking dead chickens and. All we got out of this 3 hours and 37 minutes of testimony was apparently he had clean clothes on, even though he tried to roll the body twice and check their pulses. And
they established chain of custody for a couple of things, but that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that was weird. All right. What's going to happen very, very soon, like within the next couple of minutes, we're going to flip this over to Andrew, let him deal with the lunch break. But before we do that, all of you are calling for 2 things, the drone footage of the area and the Nancy Pelosi video. So let's quickly get through that. Let's look at these locations we're talking about here. First, we'll do the drone footage of the area. Hey, whoa, stop. Whoa. Settle down there, pal. You are definitely not drone footage. Fuck off. There we go. Come on. All right, there we go. God damn it. Father. Fox News, your video interface sucks ass.
Oh, it really does.
Hello? Hello? Video? Hello? Oh my God. That is definitely not drone footage of the area. These are moose antlers, not video of the area. All right. This is apparently the dog kennels here. That's the house. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
It's funny when it's not me.
No, Fox seriously sucks because you can't do this. This is the house here. And this is where he was saying, like, he got there, he saw they were dead. He went back to the house to get his shotgun just in case there was still someone lurking about. And then he drove back to the kennels. This is drone footage showing you how far the house is away from the kennels. This is the house. And you got to go up this road, you got to turn here, and there's the kennels right there. So it's about 1/3 of a mile, which is about 2/3 of a kilometer. Once more time, the house, you got to go down this road, you got to make that turn there, go up this road, And that's where the bodies were found here, where the dog kennels are.
Mm.
So it's quite a distance. He was saying he went to get he just went to get a gun to make sure everybody was there.
Yeah.
All right. Where's the Pelosi video? Flux sent us some Pelosi vids. So let me go over here and find our Pelosi videos. And then we'll bump everybody over here. Here is the full video. Righto. Let me hang on. Let me shut this down. Bring us over here. Copy, paste. Flux. Let's fluxipate us. All right, we'll have to fluxipate us here in just a second. Sorry. This is the last thing we'll do. Then we'll feed into Legal Mindset stream and let him take us through the afternoon. But y'all wanted to see the Pelosi vid. Here is the Pelosi vid. And boom. All right. God damn it.
Have you got the audio?
Why?
On it?
Yeah, like why we don't have audio?
Did
We
you
don't
click
have
on
audio.
the share audio when you shared it?
I'm not sure if I shared the window or the screen
or the tab. Okay.
Here's the tab. Yeah. This should get us what we need. I hope. Nope. All right, we'll do it the hard way. God dang it. You can just intercourse yourself. Boom. Right.
We're seeing photos of William H. Macy.
Yeah. Because I was saying the witness looked like William H. Macy.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't going to show something you didn't intend to. That's all.
La 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 la. Let's get us one more thing here. And boom. Got some.
Yeah, so hi, Pigeon. The core technology has become sentient and it is spreading. It is spreading the boomerang.
It has. So let's just present the window. The window. But if we do the window, I don't think it does the audio.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
What browser are you using to share it?
Fucking Edge.
Okay.
All right, this is the last chance because we got the share it tab audio. We've got this. We've got the flux. Everything is up. If it doesn't work, yeah, we don't know. Shit.
Yeah,
For some
there is
reason,
no
the
audio
audio's
for
not
like the
coming
first 3 seconds or something as well, though.
Oh, okay, there we go. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, definitely
All right.
don't want all of here.
So that was totally
Definitely
unnecessary.
don't want all of here. Hello.
Hello. This is Nancy
Your
Pelosi
description
and
is
her
advised
husband.
with this, people.
Yeah. Fucking said 2620, right? No, 2640.
This is the Speaker of the House, her husband, reporting an intruder. This is the husband of the former Speaker of the House. He was reporting an intruder into his house. But yet he's standing here in his underwear and holding hands with this intruder. If any of you have seen the old, what was the Val Kilmer movie, Top Secret in the 80s with the anal intruder? I think this is what we're talking about here. If any of you have seen, you got to see Top Secret.
Okay.
You've never seen Top Secret, Hayden?
It might have been before my time.
Oh, it was totally before your time. It was like one of Val Kilmer's early movies. The anal intruder. He was like, anyway.
Yeah, because I'm used to like fat Val Kilmer, so
yeah. All right. Anyway, holy shit! I don't know what to do because I have some very. If you search for top secret anal intruder scene, you get a whole bunch of interesting pictures coming up on your screen. So I have to be
I can't say that I'm shocked by that.
very careful what happens, what button I click next. Let's just get rid of that before I make a mistake. All right.
And there goes the stream.
Yeah. Anyway, Top Secret was a great movie. They introduced an anal intruder 2000, I believe it was. Anyway, so here's the husband of the Speaker of the House and the intruder holding hands. He's in his underwear, dude.
At this point, you'll see in a very split second, he's already got his hand on the hammer. They're not holding hands.
Yeah,
he is holding onto that hammer.
Yeah, I bet he's holding onto the hammer. He was holding onto the hammer before the cops arrived.
What's going on, man?
This is fucking graphic, people.
Everything's good. There's an intruder with a hammer inside of the number 3 in line for power to the United States of America. And like, everything's good. There's some serious gay fuckery going on here.
The guy looks so happy. He looks stoned out of his
Drop
face.
the hammer.
Nope.
Hey. What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call.
Oh, Jesus Christ on a cross.
I told you it was graphic.
Fuck. Holy shit.
Yep.
What the fuck?
If he'd already had interactions with that guy and he knew exactly how nuts he was, I can understand him saying, yeah, we're good if he's trying to keep him calm. Because as soon as his hand came off that hammer...
officers with guns that could blow this fucker away. And the husband of the number 3 in the United States like, yeah, no, we're good. We're just
I'm not going to
sitting
lie.
here.
I'm surprised that the police did not have their weapons drawn as soon as they saw the hammer.
And we've just got our pants on here and we're just, the fuck? And by pants, I mean the UK version of pants, the underwear.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, pull it. Oh, you got the plumber crack going. Oh, he hit him with the hammer. He's out fucking cold. What the fuck?
Everyone working over, send back up.
Mr. Pelosi is down for the count.
3.
Tell us if you can hear him snoring. I'm trying to listen.
Give me your fucking hand. Give me your fucking hand.
There it is.
Oh,
He's snoring.
Jesus.
He's out. He's out.
Not. Yeah, he has not been rendered unconscious. He is snoring. What the fuck is this video? What the fuck is this? No, this is totally a grinder date gone wrong. What the fuck? USA, USA, USA. That's like my fucking bulldogs. That's what they sound like every night. That's what Strawberry back there does. Oh my Lord.
Everyone working over, send medics code 3.
They're both snoring. What the Christ? They're literally both snoring. This is a snore duet.
Everyone working over, send medics code 3 as well. You got it?
Why is the other guy snoring? Is he pretending or did they knock his ass out too?
What the fuck was that? Okay, that was really weird. I got nothing. We'll just wrap it up here now. I got nothing. What the fuck was that?
It raises more questions than it answers, that's for sure.
Yes, it does. Flux was not incorrect when she said that.
Oh shit.
I literally got nothing. We're just gonna end the stream. I got nothing.
It broke Vice's people. Paul Pelosi's attack broke Vice's.
That's like seriously one of the only things in my entire life that has rendered me utterly and absolutely speechless. The fuck? All right. Anyway, we had a like and subscribe poll. We currently have 267 viewers because you've all just given the fuck up. We got 505 likes. Let's end our poll here. I hit the like and subscribe button. 8% of you said because I'm convinced he's not guilty. In third place, 15% of you said I hit the like and subscribe button because I am convinced he is guilty. By a very slim margin of 1% with 38% of the vote. In second place, I hit the like and subscribe button because I need more information to decide. And leading the like and subscribe poll tonight with 39% of the vote, I hit the like and subscribe button because I want to know who killed the fucking chicken. That's the end of the poll, ladies and germs. Beautiful messy ball. Do the 911 call. Which 911 call? The Pelosi 911 call or the Murdaugh 911 call? We'll do it tomorrow. Jeff has his head stuck in a beaver. Yes, this is absolute 100% beaver pelt. Like beaver fur here. We all love a nice black beaver on our head. And with that, we would just like to wish a special thanks to Andrew for a legal mindset, who is going to be taking the afternoon session, and a uber super multi awesome super special to Aussie Overlord, who has stayed up now until 5:22 a.m. to do this. Aussie,
oh good,
Hayden,
I'm hoping I'll be
so
able to do a little bit more of it. So,
all right, did Andrew link you?
No, look, that's fine. I mean, it's yeah. Anyway,
we'll work on it.
Play the crickets. Play the crickets.
We need our Hayden. We need our Hayden. We'll work on it.
But no, look, I mean, it's a crazy ass case, honestly. But they have they've literally done nothing today. So I'm really hoping that the afternoon session they at least put something there that is going to mean something, so that people haven't wasted the last 2 days of their lives. I mean, I feel sorry for those poor damn jurors at this point. I really do. Because there has been nothing there that has been consequential to this case. In my mind, I mean, I don't know about you guys in chat, but in my mind, there's nothing there that they've said today that has said one way or another whether or not I would think he was guilty or not. At the very least, they have done nothing so far that has shown me that they're proving their case. So they better be pulling out their heavy hitters towards the end of their evidence, because otherwise it's going to be a very long, drawn-out trial.
So you would have to say at this point, you would have to find him not guilty because the state hasn't proved beyond a reasonable doubt by a fair and impartial jury that he has committed these murders.
Absolutely. In my mind, there is still too much in terms of reasonable doubt, honestly.
My gut is telling me that either he did it himself or he paid someone to do it, in which case they improperly charged him. But I have to go with they have not proven anything at this point. Forget reasonable doubt. Just like they haven't proved that he had anything whatsoever to do with this up to this point. The prosecutors.
No, I think even if we go with the lesser burden of proof, balance of probabilities, preponderance of evidence, whichever one you want to call it, civil balance of the civil standard, 50.1%. They still haven't even got me there. That he absolutely 50.1% of the way there, that he's the one that pulled the trigger and killed them. Like that's how bad of the job they've done.
I'm not even in the same zip code as 50% at this point.
No,
nothing. Wow, that's weird. All right, well, that's it. Do me a few favors. Those of you that are still here, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We got 12 subscribers out of this, but we need to get Aussie Overlord to up. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. He's not at 10,000 yet.
Can I take 30 seconds just to rant a little bit?
Go ahead, rant.
I am so sick and tired with whatever the hell is going on in terms of censorship with my channel. I know full well that I was shadow banned for a significant period of time. I'm acutely aware that there's a number of people that don't like the things that I say on my channel because I dissect things, I look at cases, and I actually look at the mainstream media news and I call them out on their bullshit. I'm acutely aware of that, okay? Some of the mail that I've gotten has specified that in exquisite detail. Thank you very much for that. But the simple fact of the matter is, without us, the mainstream media goes unchecked. And you guys don't get to have this amazing commentary on trials like this. So I would really appreciate it if, in the meantime, you wouldn't mind just heading over to my channel. I would love to get over this, whatever this hump is. I don't know. It has literally been 2.5 months where I've fluctuated between 4980 and 4520 because every time I log in, it's like Susan seems to take away a few subs, even when I gain additional subs. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd hugely appreciate it, even just to get beyond the 8,500 mark, so that I can at least see whether or not it's something specific to that actual level of subscribers, or if YouTube's just playing funny buggers, in which case I might need to take some sort of other action, which I'd very much appreciate,
YouTube.
People.
I was in that zone, but mine only lasted a month. Mine only, but
really?
it was literally a month. I would gain 5 and lose 5 and gain 5 every day. It was just doing this like five people every day. And then after a month, something broke, and then it went back to the growth that it was before. So that's why I always say
it makes no sense. It makes no sense with the views on my videos. I know that there was one very specific video where they didn't like it because I know that they didn't push it out there because I was consecutively getting 800 to 1,000 views. I dropped down to 200 at one stage on one particular video, and then 300 the next. And then when I changed the topics that I was talking about, all of a sudden I'm back up at 600, 700, 800,000. Sorry, 800 views, which I was not impressed
Spooky
by.
Spoon says, OMG, I just checked and I wasn't subscribed, but I know for a fact I did subscribe. That's why every stream I emphasize to you guys, even if you have subscribed, just look down and double check and make sure you're still subscribed. Because I know that at least one of my devout viewers has been unsubscribed unilaterally by YouTube for 10 times.
Mm-hmm. I've got one specific viewer as well that's been unsubscribed. I've had mods unsubscribed. I've had members unsubscribed. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It really is.
I've had mods unsubscribed. It's like people that are literally not going to unsubscribe, YouTube just unsubscribes them. So if you haven't subscribed to me, please do. If you have subscribed, double check to make sure you are. And the same thing with Hayden Aussie Overlord, one of the greatest channels out there, one of my ride or die crew guys. We're in relatively the same time zone. So he's a good go-to guy. Appreciate for giving up his nights. I do the same shit. I don't know when he sleeps because I don't sleep either. But definitely go over there. Make sure you're subscribed to him. And if you have subscribed to him, make sure that you are still subscribed. It's so important. It doesn't make any sense. It's time for me to go to sleep, I believe. What do we got going here? Oh, we've got with Shannon. I only cut bits of the trial. When was this? Oh God, this okay. It was only 2 minutes ago. I don't feel so bad. I've only caught bits of the trial. Have they established any motive? Nope. Nobody has established fuck all at this point. Not a thing.
They haven't even established the motive of the chicken at this stage. So
yeah, fuck the chicken. Well, don't do that. It'd be weird, but you know what I mean. All right, Lorax is tired. Lorax needs to do some shit and go to sleep. Hayden, I'll send you a message here in a bit. Everybody take care. What's going to happen is I'm not doing anything for a while. 10:30 a.m. Wait. 8:30 p.m. the Florida time. Eastern. God, my brain is shutting down. Yeah. So 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, Flux and I will be over on Flux's channel doing an edition of The Unexplained, dealing with dreams. Then next Monday will be Maritime Monday. And then we'll do some more trial stuff throughout the week. And Thursday will be OJ Simpson, and that's kind of it. Next Friday will be my Fuck It Friday stream, where we just say, fuck it, I grift. My entire job is to separate as much money from your pocket as possible until I get too intoxicated to grift anymore. It's going to be Lorax, take your swig stream. We'll get there. So bring your $100 super shots or your aggregates of $100 super shots, super shots. I'm already drunk. Super chats, and we will grift the shit out of that. We'll try to make a ton of money, so I never have to talk about it during the course of the next month. Do not miss it. I'm assuming Aussie Overlord will be there as well as a bunch of other people. The Fuck It Friday streams are legendary. People love it. We just get a bunch of people. I prepare like 40 or 50 news stories to get through. Last fucking Friday, we didn't even get a single story in. It was great. So
I'd say, you know, you got a good crowd. So
what you got coming up, Aussie Overlord? Grift yourself here real quick.
So for the main point, guys, if you don't know me or you've never seen me before, I do a generally daily show starting at 3 or 4:15, depending on your time zone. It's 8:15 in the morning for me. I added that extra 15 minutes because I'm not really a morning person, and it seems to get me over the line to actually make sure I'm on time. But we go through daily news, lawsuits, pretty much anything and everything that's of interest in the news. On Sundays, we have Kinky Corner, where we look at anything and everything that's randy. I've started looking at doing some Australian true crime, so we'll be getting over the line with that as well. And on the when the time suits me, I also do episodes called The War on Offense, because I'm sick and tired of certain woke bullshit, and I call it out. For example, most recently was, what was it? There was the school that had issues with a boy who told a non-offensive, well, in my opinion, non-offensive joke and got suspended, despite the fact that there were no women. How do you tell whether or not a woman's hungry or horny? Where she puts a cucumber. He told that in class in a school full of males, not a single female on the premises, and it was only because someone went home, told the joke to their parents, and someone complained that he got suspended.
That's funny though. Come on.
But yes. Oh, and then there was the Washington Post complaining that Shark Week is too white and male dominated.
It's because black people don't swim. We know that. Come on.
Well, it wasn't just the black people. They were very heavy on the sexist stuff, but we called them the fuck out on it and spent a good hour and a half going through the actual research that was done, the WAPO article, and a few other news articles that called them out for their shit. So that was fun. Those sort of come.
Seriously, I'm not going in the fucking water. There's fucking sharks in the water. I'm not a fucking idiot.
Well, more to the point, are they deliberately going to actually go in the water with sharks?
I hate people.
So, but anyway, point is, guys, the War on Offense episodes come out as I deem fit, but they're fun. So, and yeah, that's about it for the moment.
All right. Well, make sure you're subscribed to Aussie Overlord. Do his thing. The Kinky Corner Sundays are like my favorite thing ever on the entire internet. Great stuff. Don't miss it. Law Rax is tired, and I'm sure the Aussie Overlord big furry koala is even more tired than me, but we'll see what's going on. What's going to happen now is I'm going to end this stream, and you should be automatically funneled over to Legal Mindset. If not, there's going to be a little box at the top of chat that asks you if you want to go over there. Click on that. And if that still doesn't work, then just go search for Legal Mindset on YouTube and go to the live stream. So until the unexplained over on channel Flux, House of Flux, all one word, 2 X's, HOUSEOFFLUXX. Until then, take care and enjoy your legal vices. Peace.
Stay healthy, wealthy, wise people.